You know what time it is. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. Hope you guys are doing well. Happy FOMC day, man. Powell is coming in hot. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. Welcome back to another episode of The Infinity Show. Hope you guys are doing well, man. Powell is warming up. It is FOMC day. It is going down. 2 o'clock, the statement gets released. Powell is on the mic at 2:30 Eastern Time. Hope everyone's doing well, man. We're almost through another week. Good gains to start. I overtraded one of my accounts. I was up too and ended up grinding it down. Playing around, man. I was messing around with Asia session, of course, right? Messing around with Asia session, man. Messing around with Asia session, man. Jeez Louise. But yeah, good times, man. Good times. Another day. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to all the new subscribers. Appreciate you guys. Why is my chat not coming up? Oh. And are they? I think they're streaming me on Twitch as well. Let me see. Or is it only Twitch? What's happening? I should be on YouTube. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I guess they're streaming me on Twitch too. I gotta go see how the Twitch is a little I think when I'm streaming on there it gets a little glitchy. 22,000 is the level. The level to watch on NQ. And on ES 60-50, yeah, between 60-50 and 60, between 60-50 and 60-60. That's been an interesting level. We got FEGs up there, FEG midpoints, daily FEG midpoints. Then we have the 50% retracement of yesterday's range, and that's 60, 54, 50. So yeah, bulls are trying to hold the line. Daily charts did come back to some support, some EMA support, so we'll see if the bulls can take advantage and keep pushing. We will see. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. Happy Thursday. It is FOMC day, ladies and gentlemen. Powell will be on the mic at 2:30 Eastern Time. Let's keep on going, man. Very interesting. Now we need multiples. Nice push. NQ reclaimed 20,000 or 22,000, and they are trying to hold. This 1 minute 200 SMA is very interesting. I've been watching it over the last couple of days. It's interesting. Very interesting. Nice push for the bulls to start, though. Definitely a nice push. Let me see. Hope everyone's doing well, man. It is Thursday. Wow, yeah, they're pushing. Nice push. It's Wednesday, right? Happy Wednesday. Happy FOMC day. It's going down. Oh, yeah, I need to get the chat, right? The chat isn't coming up for some reason. Okay, there it is. It's here. Now I gotta go check, what do I have to check? Twitch. So yeah, decent gains to start, man. But yeah, man, I definitely overtraded one of my accounts. I'm trying to bring it back though. It's like right at 50K, so we'll see. It's on life support though. Let's get these things where they need to be. Wow. Hold on one second. Wow, what a rip. The Bulls are running. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to D-Walk. What's up, D-Walk? Sorry about that. I had a phone call. All right, man. What a rip. Golly. 20,000, 22,000 took off, man. Jeez. Hold on. 22,000 took off. All right, man. Yo, what a rip. This is what the Bulls were looking for. We above fresh day highs? Let me see. Wow. We're back to last week's high on ES. What a rip. Now we're approaching yesterday's highs. What a push. Yeah, heck of a push, man. Jeez. Woo, we are headed north. Does somebody know something? Dun dun dun. Does somebody know something? Usually sometimes when you get a move out of the blue, somebody knows something. Somebody's front running positions. What a rip. Where is last week's high? 22,106. Wow, we're right back up there. We dropped all the way to like 22,000, like 900, almost. Wow. Nice push back up. Nice push back up. Okay, so now 60, 74, 75. That is last week's high for ES. We had some turbulence over here all day, basically yesterday and the day before. So we'll see. D-Walk, what's the word, brother? D-Walk. I saw your message in the Discord. I was cracking up, man. Oh man. I was cracking up, man. I was running errands, man. Let me run some errands. Can I run some errands? Run some errands. Handle some business. Shout out to D-Walk, man. D-Walk, my dog. D-Walk said 24/7 required streaming, bro. All other areas in life doesn't matter. Man, look, I gotta rest so I can get back on stream, dog. But trust me, I'm gonna get on as much as I can. We in the mix. Shout out to D-Walk, man. Man. What a rip for the Bulls, man. Shout out to D-Walk. We are in here. We are here through FOMC, ladies and gentlemen. Grab your popcorn. Sleep. Man, yeah, I gotta sleep, dog. If I don't sleep, I don't get gains. That's one thing I've noticed. D-Walk said sleep. What? That's one thing I've noticed, man. When I don't get sleep and I hit these markets, NQ runs circles around me. NQ literally runs circles around me. If I don't get enough sleep and I'm not sharp and I'm not watching my levels, etc., bro, NQ will eat me, like, it'll tear me apart, man. Ow. Woo, I'm liking NVIDIA. NVIDIA's creeping to 150, man. We got some calls in there. We got some calls, 2026 calls on NVIDIA. They are piping hot right now. Option calls, option leaps on NVIDIA are up like, let me go check. NVIDIA has been, in terms of options, that was my biggest play. Biggest play of all time. 1,600% on a leap. I think like if you put all my option plays together, that leap was the biggest gain. Yeah, biggest gain. Biggest gain, man. Calls are up like 35%, and we got till January 2026. That's the power of the leap. If you catch these good companies down at like good levels, 200 SMA, 70 to 72, that's what Ian talks about. Shout out to Ian Dunlap. Shout out to EYL. Shout out to Wall Street Trapper. But yeah, if you catch some good companies down at support, your Mag 7s, yeah, companies that move the GDP of the United States of America, that's where you need to put your long term. Well, that's where you can potentially put your long term funds. Companies that you know are going to be here 10, 15, 20 years from now, without a doubt. Focus on industries that are going to be here for, yep, we're at 30%, 35% on NVIDIA calls to the upside. I believe in Jensen. Jensen's a beast, man. His mind is already in. They're already developing things for 2028. Jensen isn't playing any games, and he knows the competitors are coming. He knows people are trying to catch up. So in his mind, he's working triple time. So there's nobody in the rear view. And by working triple time, if anybody threatens or he sees anybody in the rear view, he'll buy them up. What NVIDIA is doing quarter over quarter is unprecedented. Shout out to D-Walk, man. Yeah, bro, look, NQ will tear me apart, man. If I jump on these charts without any sleep, and like after maybe like let's say I went out the night previous, you're like halfway focused, NQ, you're gonna miss something. You're definitely gonna miss something. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. What a rip for the Bulls. Nice pop. Off of basically 21,900. We got down to 21,927. All right, man. We're pushing these PAs forward bit by bit. I overtraded one of my accounts yesterday I tried to catch like a piece of the Asia session. I should have left it alone and waited till today. But yeah, shout out to D-Walk in the building, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Shout out to all the new subscribers too, man. The Infinity Squad, the Infinity fam is growing. All right, man, we got Powell coming in hot. Yeah, this move is somebody's anticipating something. Just look at how we're pushing. We're pushing back to yesterday's highs. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. Jeez. We got 22. Yeah, we're almost there. Yesterday's highs are in the radar. Hold on. Did I do these? Oh, okay. I might have to update the fibs. Oh yeah, I gotta update the fibs. I think I forgot to update the fibs. Let me knock out some chart work. Got some good gains today, man. I'm trying to push these PAs forward, man. Trade and then stop. That is the theme. Trade, then stop. But man, I'll be on stream and I'll see something. I'm like, I like that play. But I have to sit on my hands like we did yesterday. I'm still on Twitch. I gotta see if the Twitch thing is moving correctly. There we go. I think it was glitching the last time, man. Trying to get it to run smooth. It was definitely glitching. It wasn't smooth like I wanted it. Yo, do you see this? Uh, oh man, we gotta get the code. Shout out to everybody. D-Walk said, bro, look in the main chat. The power of longer dated options. Yeah, bro, it's not a game. Go look at what Nancy Pelosi is doing. She's not playing any games. Go look at what Nancy is doing. Nancy's not a game. Yes, sir. D-Walk, I see you. I like QQQ. I definitely like QQQ. Can't beat that. When you go to ETF route or index fund route, look, they're doing the work for you. Give yourself some time and you'll see some gains. They switch tickers out. Oh, this company isn't performing? Switch them out. And you just let it ride in the background. I like QQQ. I watch QQQ every day, man. I watch my spies. VOO, VTI. Shout out to Ian Dunlap. 2 Tech, 2 Index. Shout out to D-Wall. Yep, 2. That's all it took. Yo, the first big NVIDIA play, that was one contract. $995 for one contract. 1,600%. If I held, it would have been 2,000%. But I was like, 1,600%, man, I'll take it. That's crazy. Out of the blue, it took like 2 or 3 months to get up there. And I think I was able to capture like 2 earnings reports. So it was crazy, man. First earnings report put me in the money, just like that. Boom. Because I think when I first bought it, it was right before earnings report. And then we had Q1 earnings report. That also took off. Yeah, so yeah, it's powerful. Hold on one second, guys. Again, we're turning around at last week's high. Last week's high has been one heck of a level. It's been one heck of a level, man. All right, let me make sure we are good. Powell is coming in hot in a couple of hours. Oh boy. All right, man, I'm back. Yeah, wow. We are turning around at weekly levels. Oh man. All right, guys, give me a second, guys. All right, we are back in action. All right, yeah, I stopped the Twitch. I gotta figure out how to stream smoothly on Twitch. It's smooth on the the YouTube side, but for some reason it's not coming through as clean as I want it to on Twitch. All right, man, let's look at some. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. Powell is inbound. Powell is inbound. Powell is inbound. Yeah, last week's highs are going to be, that's been the pivot point, man. That's where we fell apart yesterday, right around last week's highs. So those are key levels. In order for us to reclaim those, it's going to take Powell. Powell has to push us up. Powell has to push us up. What's the 15 looking like? Got any FEGs? Yeah, we got some levels up here. These are 15s. 1 hour's at. 1 hours are even more powerful. Yeah, man. Dang. So I guess everybody, in terms of the 4 hour charts, that's been interesting because the 4 hour charts on Schwab are not the same as TradingView. Got a dilemma, man. I don't know, man. The 4 hour charts look completely, they're different, man. But then at the same time, sometimes Topstep's EMAs are off. Let me go to TradingView real quick. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. What's going on? Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader in the building. Hope all is well, man. Happy FOMC day. Powell is coming in hot. Mr. Powell is coming in hot, man. That's the 1 hour, right? Yeah, this the 200 SMA is very interesting on intraday charts. Very interesting. Let's go to What does the 4 hour look like on Trading View? Because this 4 hour is way different. $60.67. I might go short here. Where we at? 11.08. Let me take a look. Hold on. I might run some of these guys. Might scalp it down. Oh, did I miss it? No, 71 was like my entry, right? Let's see. It's like 150. Watching to see if the 15, we get continuation down to like that 40 level, 45 level. We'll see. 69, key level. Oh, they're pushing it back up. 69 is key. Got some good gains on this account. Just trying to add some, add a little bit on top if we can get it. I'm looking for a pullback to EMA, 15-minute EMA. My stop is back at break even. Let's see if we can get some flush. Get down there, man. Hopefully they don't pop it up. On Apex, I stock my profit down. I'm not playing any games because of this trailing drawdown. This trailing drawdown is evil. So when you see profit, you're forced to take profit. The trailing drawdown is evil. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. I might hit it again from up here. We'll see. Testing it. Do it again. Off of the EMAs, I'll do it. Let's get some flush. Got space to 50 and then 45, but we need it needs to happen here. If it doesn't, then they'll stop me out. It has to happen here. Yes. Get down there. I'm leaving with the fee money. At least, leaving with the fee money. Go. Drop it. When we are in between EMAs, I'm very careful. I'm also watching the 15 or cracking previous 15-minute candle low to get into the downside. A little bit. All right, now we're kind of, if we don't push back up, I'll shrink size right here. ES still has some room back to like 60 on the 15-minute charts. I'm playing 15-minute charts right now. 5-minute charts are getting, they're trying to hold. So we'll see. This is what I call the EMA shuffle. This is the EMA shuffle. Oh, I think I missed my entry again. I want to get in at like 69-ish. Oh yeah, I was supposed to go to the 4 hour on NQ, right? What am I even? Do I have any EMAs on here? This is what is this? 22, right? I need my VWAP. We got one. This is 20 inputs. This is the link 21. 21. All right, where's VWAP? Volume weighted average price. Okay, let's at least look at the EMAs. Oh boy. Right now, what is it? That's 21.9. Okay. And then 22.019. Uh-oh. So the 4 hour, what? Hold on. So the 4 hour, what is matching up? Okay, now I'm confused. 10 a.m., right? How come they're matching up now? This is weird. Maybe EMAs, maybe the EMAs match, but it might just be the VWAP. The VWAP might be the thing that's off. Maybe. Huh. 22.018. That's what's off. It's the VWAP, but I need to figure out if it makes sense over here. VWAP. Oh. So you can just watch it here. 76. Oh, is it late? It's delayed? Yeah, it might be delayed. Yeah, it is. But it looks like it's fine on TradingView. The messages on TradingView and Topstep are gems. The market doesn't care about your position. That's a fact. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. What's going on? Bald Eagle Trader says, I'm back now. I had to take a break. Last week I lost 5 PA accounts. Oh no. Yeah. Oh. I feel for you, Bald Eagle Trader. Sorry to hear that. You'll bounce back, man. If you were able to get 5, you'll get it back. Sorry to hear that, man. I blew an account too, so it's part of the game, man. we gotta roll with the punches, man. Roll with the punches. Roll. Shout out to Miss Fatima in the chat. Oh yeah, what was it popping? Let's go. They're pulling back. We are retreating from last week's highs. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. If you are new here, welcome to the Infinity Show. Hope you guys are doing well. Happy FOMC day. If you are returning, welcome back, family. Shout out to D-Walk. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. I feel for you, Bald Eagle Trader. It's part of the game, man. It is part of the game. The blown accounts are part of the game. All right, let me see if I can find this real quick. I need my charger. Where is the charger? Where is the charger? Shout out to everybody in the chat. The bears are pushing down from last week's highs. For us to get above, it looks like for us to get above, it's gonna take Jerome is gonna have to help us out. Okay, let's get these high lows right. I thought I did these yesterday. Yesterday was busy. What's up with the Iran news? Is there any Iran news? I haven't checked the news. Iran. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's rough out here, man. Golly, it's rough. Did I just see this correctly? Wow, bro. It's rough out here. No way. Bears are pulling things back to VWAP. Hang in there, Bald Eagle Trader. Roll with the punches, man. Wow. Wild out here, man. Whoa. Whoa. Wow, wow, wow. Oh. Wow, wow, wow. We are retreating from yesterday or last week's highs. Last week's high for ES is 60, 74, 75. And then NQ's high from last week is 22, 106. Oh yeah, did I screenshot this? Hold on. Um, yeah, I gotta figure out this side. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. I need to screenshot this. This is for yesterday, right? Yeah. Dang it. I was supposed to do this last night, man. I was supposed to do this last night. Stay the course. Stay the course. Stay the course. Yeah, we are retreating. Wow. Big turnaround right at last week's high. Now we're pulling back to some FEG levels to see how the price action reacts. Daily FEG levels. Cave Trader, what's the word? Cave Trader said, yo, small red day today. Had a nice green day yesterday. Got my PA to 2100. Let's go. Let's go. P&L doesn't matter though. It's all process over price. Yes, yes. The P&L has a place. But the P&L will work itself out if you work on the process, right? But I do look at that P&L here and there. NQ. Yeah, they're grinding us down, man. We're pulling back to some daily FEGs. Bulls might try to step in around here. We'll see. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Cave Trader, aka Trader Goated. They're pulling us back. Last week high. Yesterday closed. Today is the 18th. We got Juneteenth tomorrow. Then we got quad witching on Friday. Quad witching. Quad witching on Friday. Juneteenth tomorrow. FOMC today. Bald Eagle Trader said, "Are you ready for FOMC?" I am ready. I am ready for Mr. Powell. Let's see where we go. Let's see where we go, man. Where will Mr. Powell take us, man? Where will he take us? Will he take us north? Will he take us south? Where are we going? We gotta hop on the Rome train. The Rome Express. The Rome Express, man. Goodness gracious. Yeah. So now, what time is it? We have 3 more hours until Rome gets on the mic. We might get some. We'll see what happens. Consolidation. The algos are going to be waiting for Mr. Powell. So far, we've had some good price action. But I was saying, like, after that push at the open, it feels like somebody knows something. Somebody knows something. Somebody always knows something, right? That's a fact. Somebody always knows something. All right, let me get rid of these so we can get these levels right. That's deal, right? Let's just do all of them. I'll do SPY and ES. NQ. Dang, man. All right. Rome is inbound. Let's get these levels, man. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. Shout out to Cave Trader. Shout out to D-Walk. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. All right. I think tomorrow is a different schedule. 42, right? I think Topstep posted. Apex, I think, just posted. Let me see. The schedule for tomorrow. Markets close early tomorrow. Apex loves doing that. I don't even think Topstep counts it. So yeah, markets close early tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna touch anything tomorrow. The volume is gonna be light. That's where you get yourself in trouble. Trading price action with no volume. It's not fun. You get random moves out of nowhere. Okay, we might just do ES and let's see. 3 hours until Powell hops on the mic. Get your popcorn. Mr. Powell. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. Shout out to Cave Trader. Shout out to D-Walt. All right, cool. This one's good. Let's go to SPY. Good old SPY. Spider. We're still up here floating around those February levels. The February levels where we collapsed. That was crazy, man. Bulls are trying to creep back up, but the bears are waiting. We'll see. Battle zone, battle zone, battle zone, battle zone. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. 15-minute EMAs are trying to hold on. We'll see. What is that? Oh. Curling back up. Let's get these levels going. Trap mode. Trap zone. Trap, trap, trap. Yesterday, Tuesday. Let's rock SPY. Let's go, NVIDIA. I need NVIDIA at 150 or better. We need NVIDIA at 150. We need NVIDIA at 200. We need NVIDIA at 200, man. 604, 45. Inside day action. We're waiting on Jerome Rome. Shout out to Ball Eagle Trader. Ball Eagle Trader says, today I'm going to work early. I don't want to lose more. No more PAs. I'm staying cash. Nice. Cool. Yep, cash is a position. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader in the building. Shout out to Cave Trader. Shout out to D-Walk. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Ooh, trap mode. We just said it like 5-10 minutes ago. The Bears are still there. They haven't left. They're still there until you prove them wrong. Drop zone, trap mode. Wow. Have a plan. Plan your plan your trades and trade your plans. Plan your trades and trade your plans, man. Dow is tanking. Man, Tesla is super volatile, man. That thing moves back and forth, back and forth. Big drops and big pops. $601.75 is yesterday's high for SPY. Okay, let me draw these fibs real quick. Fib City, City of Fibs. Oh, I need my charger. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube universe. Hope you guys are doing well, man. Whoa. Whoa. Now let's do QQQ. QQQ. Stay the course, man. Stay the course. Dang. Wow. Oh, I did QQQ. Yeah, we did QQQ. Cool. So let's go to, wow, bro. Yeah, we might get consolidation. The volume has dropped off. Yeah. We had good volume for like the first hour and a half. And then boom, now it's algo land. Everybody's waiting on Powell. Pre-market high. Wow, did Netflix clip fresh all-time highs? Wow, I think they did. Oh, I mean 42, right? Oh no, okay. Yo, Netflix has been a beast. Netflix is a beast. That thing is a monster. Let me go to the fresh all-time highs. What is the fresh all-time highs? So it's like 12. 1262 is the all-time high. Yeah, man, Netflix is not a game. Right now, we're reclaiming pre-market high on SPY and QQQ. We'll see what they can do. Nice pop. Nice pop. All right, now I gotta go to NQ and ES. Powell is inbound, ladies and gentlemen. Powell is inbound. Let's see. Shout out to MSG UFO. What's going on? Mr. Powell is inbound. Where is my charger, man? Where is the charger? Nice push. Nice rebound recovery for the Bulls. Here we go, Bulls. Here we go. Powell needs to send us to the north side. Powell needs to send us to the north side. All right, let's see. Let's get rid of these fibs. Could Powell get us close to all-time highs? We'll see. dovish or hawkish. Just sitting here doing some chart work. Bulls are trying to push back to day highs. Sitting on your hands is a position, ladies and gentlemen. Don't force it. Sitting on your hands is a position. Yeah, they're doing the same thing they were doing yesterday and the day before. That 22,100 level is treacherous. Somebody's up there. Every time we get up there, cutting the line. Where is the charger? Wow, they're coming in hot. That 22,100 level is not a game. Between 22,100 and 22,080, 22,080, somebody is angry up there. Somebody up there is angry. What a drop. Solid drop. It was like 40 points. 40 points in like 3-4 minutes. Volatility. What is that? Is that some news? That's a big candle. Is that some news? Iran news? Israel news? Let's see. Fresh 1 hour candle right here, guys. 30 seconds. Wow, we're dropping. Is that news? And look, we're back to 200 SMA. That 200 sneaks up. I gotta keep an eye on that thing. Oh, why isn't it? Shouldn't it show me? It should show me, right? I want that to show me. Yeah. You can show value. Yeah, we need that on all. We need that on all time frames so I can see what's happening. Wow. We're tanking, ladies and gentlemen. Where's my Wow. Drop zone. Drop zone. Wow. Is this some news? Somebody is that some news? Is that some news? Let's see. Drop zone. VWAP bounce. Gotta finish this level. These levels. Last week's highs. They definitely pulled the rug at last week's highs. The retreat. Last week's highs for ES 60, 74, 75. Last week's highs for NQ 22,106. How many lines did I draw in here? Hold on. We gotta see. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys are doing well. It's FOMC day, ladies and gentlemen. FOMC day. Oh no. I didn't mean to do that. Oh. Okay. Oh. Whoa, who's that? You gonna come back down? What just happened? Oh no. That didn't work out. Hold on 1 second, guys. All right. Jerome. It's Jerome Day, man. It's Jerome Day. All right. We have quad witching on Friday. Quad witching coming in hot. Dang, man. Ay, ay, ay. That is not it. $200 and what? All right. Chart work. Let's see if Jerome can shoot us to new highs. We'll see. 2 hours away. By design. We'll see. I wonder. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to MSG UFO. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. Shout out to D-Walk. Shout out to Cave Trader in the building. If you're new here, welcome. Welcome to the Infinity Show. If you are returning, welcome back, Infinity family. We're waiting on Powell. Powell, 2 more hours. Powell will be on the mic. Powell will be on the mic. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. Bald Eagle Trader says bye. See you guys on Friday morning. Absolutely. We'll see you. Be safe, Bald Eagle Trader. Be safe. Enjoy the day. Wow, bro. That doesn't even... What? Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Good morning. How you feeling? Deborah Haynes says, "How's your trading day going so far?" So far, so good, man. Over traded one of my accounts, but everything else good. Shout out to Deborah Haynes in the building. What about you? How's your trading day going? Good morning, Deborah Haynes. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Any trades today, Deborah? We are waiting on Mr. Powell. Jerome Powell is coming in hot. He'll be on the mic in 2 hours. Mr. Powell, man. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Nice. I overtraded one. Deborah Haynes says I overtraded one of the accounts, but the others I'm green. Yeah, that's basically what I have. That's what happened to me. I overtraded it during Asia session yesterday. Got home late, and I was like, let me see what's going on in the markets, and decided to mess around with Asia. And you know how that goes. Asia session is tricky. It can be tricky. Shout out to Deborah Haynes in the building. Deborah Haynes says pass the TPT, take profit trader evaluation. Nice, congratulations. Shout out to Jordan J. Jordan J says day 2 of take profit trader funded, up 1K so far. Nice, Jordan J. What are the rules? Like once you get into the funded take profit trader account, when can you start withdrawing? How much do you have to get? And what sized account are you trading? Like the 50K or 25K or bigger? Shout out to Jordan J in the building. Deborah Haynes says I can never pass a funded account. Oh, you can never get the payout? So with the funded account, you have to trade it way different than the eval account. When you're in the funded account, that's when the money is on the line. So whatever you were doing to pass the evals, just consolidate that, shrink it. Whatever size you were using, keep doing what you were doing to pass that. Do what you were doing to pass the eval, but shrink size. Because once you get into funded land, that's when the money is on the line. And that's when the more emotions are in the equation. They enter the equation. Shout out to Jordan J. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Shout out to Deborah in the building. Shout out to DS. Yeah, Deborah, I would do that. Use micros and take it slow. Because the thing is, when you're in the eval, you can pull the trigger with full size, right? But you can't do that when you're in the funded. Once you get to funded land, you gotta tone it down. Put it that way. And I think with take profit trader, once you get to the funded account, the drawdown becomes a trailing drawdown, if I'm not mistaken. Jordan J says, I believe it's over 2K. You can withdraw in trailing threshold stops. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So it's trailing drawdown until 2K for the 50K. Okay, cool. Shout out to Jordan J for that information. I haven't looked at their rules in so long. I've been so focused on Apex, Topstep, Buell Knox, but eventually I want to open up some accounts for over at TPT, Tradeify, and Take Profit Trader, and my funded futures. That's the goal, man. I want to just build up the account army. When you have an account army going, it feels good, man. Build the account army. Trade each one individually, one at a time. You don't even have to trade everything every day. When I had like 20, 30 accounts, man, we were cruising. I'm trying to build back up to that, man. When you go back down, it's a struggle to build back up, man. Jeez, especially with these market conditions. So next time I get up there, I'm going to look, I'm not going to take it for granted. Shout out to DS. Yo, 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 what's going on? Shout out to Deborah. Yeah, I would shrink size. Give yourself a chance. Because if you're blowing the accounts, you gotta change something up. And also work on your edge. Shrink size, instead of 1 mini, use like 5 micros and see how you do. Yeah, use like 4 or 5 micros and like gradually build it up. Whenever somebody comes to me and says, I keep blowing accounts, I'm like, yo, shrink size, work on your edge, make sure your edge is legit, and then slowly build the funded account. The thing is like once you shrink size, you'll have more trades. You'll have more shots at that account. Yeah, you got to give yourself a chance. Definitely shrink size. See if your edge is legit. Make sure it's working. Are you winning more than you lose? That's when you have an edge. But if you don't know what your edge is yet, you got to definitely shrink size and make sure your edge is working. Then you can size up. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Deborah. Hey, Deborah. Deborah says, I hate micros. I hate them too, but look. Oh, man. Like, for the prop arena, sometimes the micros are necessary. Oh, man. Deborah Haynes says, I hate micros. I hate them too, but sometimes you gotta use them. I fluctuate between 1 to 2 minis and micros. Like if it's an entry, and it depends on your risk to reward. Like if my entry isn't where I need it to be for me using a mini, then I have to shrink to micros to give myself more space. So risk management also decides your size. If I'm going against the trend, like for a quick scalp to the downside, let's say we have an uptrend and we're extended and I'm looking for a quick scalp to the downside, I'll shrink size just in case NQ wants to take off, right? I'm not going to use full size from the highs back down. I'm going to shrink size and then see if it works. If it doesn't work, then it's a small loss. Now, if we're with the trend, if we're at like a good level of support, it's a good gap, and we're trending, then I can size up a little bit, especially at a good level of support or resistance, or support like if we're trending up, and resistance if we're trending down. Deborah says, I hate micros. Yeah, I hate them too, man, but we gotta use them in order to get the payout. Especially in this market condition. Like, these markets are not like last year. Last year I was using all minis. Things were a lot less volatile. This year it's been a different story, man. I've had to like shrink size. Like, this is crazy. News every 5 minutes. Somebody can tweet, there's fake news, real news, war news. Iran, Israel, man, it's crazy. Tariff talk. Trump can go off on a tangent in the middle of the day at like 1:18 in the afternoon, and we're like, what is that? Where did that come from? Trump is tweeting on or writing messages on Truth Social, and NQ drops 50 points out of nowhere. You're like, what was that? You gotta go to X to see what happened. Meanwhile, you took a loss. Like, man, come on. This is insane. Yeah, shout out to Deborah. Yeah, like if you're continuously like blowing accounts, the first thing you need to do, shrink size. Second thing you need to do, work on your edge. Make sure your edge is legit. And work on the psychology. Don't overtrade. Have a stopping point to the upside and have a stopping point to the downside in terms of your P&L. So if you're aiming for 200 or 300 for the day, stop once you get there. If you only want to lose 200 to 300 per day, stop when you get there. If you keep going, you're gonna blow the account. That's one thing I've had to learn. I've blown many accounts, so I'm telling you from my experience. I've blown many accounts. I've been up in the green, and then I'll keep trading it, and then end up red, or even worse, blown account. Shout out to Games X Player. What's going on? Games X Player, welcome to the stream. Can I use Apex funding firm from India? I don't know. You could try. I'm not sure if they allow it. I think like India, I believe you can trade like Tradeify, if I'm not mistaken. You got to go to their site and see. You can go to like FAQs, frequently asked questions, and it'll tell you. Shout out to Games X Player. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Deborah Haynes says, on minis, my risk management is 300 for... Okay. So once you hit that 300, stop. And then on your to the upside, you should be looking for like at least 300 to 600 in terms of profit. But the thing is, if you keep that size, your drawdown is 2,500, right? So that gives you like roughly eight chances at the account. But if you split that in half, if you go drop down to 5 micros, then you double your chances at keeping that account, if that makes sense. Deborah Haynes said, yeah, he definitely manipulates the market. Yeah, man. Trump, news can come out of nowhere. Look, we didn't have that with the previous administration. It was clean. I didn't have to look at the news, period. It was just straight price action. Straight price action last year, man. Now it's just like you don't know what's happening at what moment. You don't know when the news is going to drop, so you have to like move your stop up quick. So if you're just doing straight price action and you're letting it run and all that, news can implode your whole thesis. Jordan J said third need do is get a third job, add a job. Yeah, I've been fighting that since the beginning. I know you're right in everything that you're saying. Yeah, Deborah, look, I'm telling you, look, I like the big numbers too, but especially with these markets, it's crazy. And to play the game, like the prop game has changed. They're changing the rules a little bit. Before, For 50K, I could get this to 52,600 and pull 2K. Now when I get to 52,600, I can only pull 500. So what? That requires more trades. And the more trades you take, the more you fall into their algorithm of blown accounts. So you have to have like some type of system that you stick to and slowly build them up. These 50Ks used to get to 52.6, 2,000. Bomb. Just like that, man. So now they're making it a little tougher. You gotta, to get the full payout, you have to get the accounts to 54,100 on Apex. Topstep's still the same, 5 days. 5 days and you can pull half, I believe. Did they change their rules too? I need to go look at their rules. Did Topstep change their rules? I still have like a small XFA, but the XFA is on, it's on, almost on, the drawdown is done, almost. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Yep, that was with Apex. All you had to do was get the account of 52,600, pull the 2K. But they also had like windows. They also had like payout windows. You could only request like from the 1st through the 5th, and you could only request from like the 15th through the 20th. That's how it was last year. So I was only getting like, I could only request payouts within those windows. So basically I had to pay, and we had to trade for like 10 days, I think. We needed 10 days to get a payout, yeah. So you literally had to like break it down. Okay, let me aim for 200 to 300 per day and stop per account. 200 to 300. If you get more, that's great. But to the downside, you really have to like do the math and protect yourself. If you take a, I'm even staggering it now. Like if I take a hit on my drawdown 400 or 500, now the next time I trade, I'm not going to risk that much. Instead of risking 400, I'll risk 2. And then let's say I take another loss, I'll cut that in half. So that's what I've been trying to do lately. Just so you don't blow the account using the same size while your drawdown is being decreasing. Shout out to Jordan J. Jordan J says, last I heard was 50% or 5K max. Yep. Yeah, I've heard that too. The 5K max per withdrawal. Who's you know who did that? Patrick. Patrick was pulling like 20K per account. He was pulling like 20K per account, man. Every 5 days. It was crazy. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this guy.
Are you ready?
Whoa, whoa. Shout out to all the new subscribers. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Yeah, Topstep, yeah, for sure. That's what I like about Topstep too. Topstep, when I started Topstep, what was it, September last year? It was like instant success. I was like, dang, there's no trailing drawdown. You can let runners run a little bit. That's why I like Topstep. No consistency, 200 per day, pull half. I'm trying to get Apex up and running, man. It's been tough. It's been a tough year for me with the market environments and just like I've just been over trading. So I'm trying to pull it back. We have Powell. Powell is coming in hot in like an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes. Muno Mars is in the building. What's good, bro? Muno Mars says, yo, almost showtime. Almost there. Almost about that time, man. Romy Rome is inbound. He's inbound. He's on the way. All right. Muno Mars, what's good, bro? Shout out to Jordan J. Shout out to Muno Mars. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. Shout out to D-Walk. Shout out to DS. Shout out to MSG UFO. Shout out to Cave Trader. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to D-Walk. That's cool. Shout out to Muno Mars. Muno Mars says, chilling past the combine this morning. Nice. Let's go. Congrats, bro. Just waiting on Jerome now. Shout out to Muno Mars. Past the combine. Nice. Man, I might have to start doing. I'm trying to get Apex going, though, but it's taking too long. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. He speaks at 2:30 Eastern Time. 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We got a trend line action going on over here. Trend line action. Trend line action. FOMC this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Volatility incoming. We might get a pop or a drop at 2, and then Powell gets on 30 minutes after that. Whoa. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Deborah says, okay, still got some time. Yep. Hour and a half. He'll be on the mic. But we might get some movement at 2 because the FOMC statement gets released at 2. Trend line action. We might jump on for Asia tonight as well. Depends. If I can get some more things done before then. Knock some things out. Shout out to everybody in the chat. If you're new here, welcome to the Infinity Show. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Munar Mars says, passed the combine this morning. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to my bro, Munar Mars. Shout out to Deborah. Deborah says, so do you trade full time? Nope. This is like a side hustle. Because for me to be profitable, all I need is like the first hour or 2. After that, I have to go do something else. Trade the first hour or 2 and go do something else. But when I get some time, I'll hop on the stream. What I try not to do is trade all day. That's not what I want to do. I want to scalp my profits in the morning and move on with my day. And then hop on stream, get some work done. Shout out to Deborah, shout out to Munar Mars, shout out to DS, shout out to D-Walk, shout out to everybody in the chat. Yeah, Deborah, not full time. I do a lot of things. Other than trading. Whoa. Trend line. The trend line is trending. The trend line is trending. Powell, we got FOMC statement in 1 hour. The countdown continues. Shout out to everybody in the chat. If you're new here, say something. How long have you been trading and what do you trade? If you want to hop in the Discord, link is in the description. Yeah, we're just chopping around right now. Algos are chilling right now. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Deborah Haynes says, I'm starting to understand price action a little better now. Yep. Study it, study it, study it. You need that. You need that in your tool belt to trade these futures, along with whatever else you look at on the charts. The repetition on the charts, looking at the charts every day, that's when you're gonna start to train your eyes. Your eyes will be trained the more reps you get with these charts. You'll start to see trends without even drawing any lines on the chart. You can see it. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Shout out to everybody in the building. If you're new here, say something. How long have you been trading and what do you trade? Shout out to Mooner Mars, my bro. Passed the combine this morning. Let's go. Topstep. Powell will be on the mic in an hour and a half. Get your popcorn ready. Jerome is inbound. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Powell is inbound. FOMC statement drops in an hour. Powell will be on the mic in an hour and a half. This is going to be interesting. We'll see what happens. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. If you're new here, say something. How long have you been here? How long have you been trading? And what do you trade? How long have you been in the trading arena? I've been trading since 2016, man. Long time. I've seen it all. I've seen it all. And I'm still working to get better every day, man. This is a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. This trading game is a marathon. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Powell is coming in hot. Powell is coming in hot, man. Sitting on your hands is a position, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay not to be in a trade. That's a position. We're waiting on the Powell Meister. The Powell Meister. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. If you want to hop in the Discord, link in the description. Let me see. All right, let's see. Could. This would be the OGs. Fresh 1 hour candle. Rocking and rolling off of VWAP. But this trend is still trending to the downside. Wow. Bears ain't playing. Let's see what happens once we get back up there. Do the bulls crack it off of VWAP? We'll see. 22,043 is the midpoint of yesterday's range for NQ. Did I finish ES? Let me see. Hold on. Did I finish marking it up? Oh boy. Inside day action. Yeah. Is it 20? Oh, that's ES, right? Yeah, I think I did NQ. Man. Oh boy. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Wow, the Bears came out of nowhere. Whoa. Yo, Moon or Mars, does somebody know something? Does somebody know something? Somebody might know something. What is that? What a drop. We're trending back down to yesterday's close. Wow, NQ is right there. Dang, you want to talk about a retreat from a key level? Go look at last week's high for ES and NQ, and look at where we turned around. Does somebody know something? We are tanking right now. Wow. Back to day lows. Wow. Insane. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Yeah, the Bears came out of nowhere. They're searching for day lows. Wow. Wow. What a reversal, man. Golly. Huge reversal. And look at our trend line. That trend line was legit. And then you add a little bit of news. Is this some news? Did anybody hear anything? Do we have news? I'm checking X right now. I haven't used X this much. Definitely didn't use it this much last year. What the heck was that? Oh my goodness. I think we're getting some Israel-Iran news. Netanyahu is saying we will strike Iranian nuclear weapons, missiles, and military headquarters. Man, oh man. Israeli army attacks are focused on western Iran. How long ago was this? Like 15, 20 minutes ago? Ooh, 20 minutes ago, right? Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Ravanchi says Iran will respond if the U.S. joins Israel's war with Iran. Oh, man. This ain't it, man. This is not it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. That's crazy. So yeah, so it's more war news. And we have Powell coming in hot. Yeah, volatility incoming. The end of the week is going to be fun. The end of the week is going to be fun, man. Where can I put my, I had like some hot sauce. Why not? More Iran news. Iranian deputy foreign minister says Iran will respond if the U.S. joins Israel's war with Iran. That's not good. This ain't good. This is not good. Nice pop for the bulls. Nice pop. Nice pop for the bulls. What a rip back up. 15 minutes down, 15 minutes up. Big bounce. Big bounce. Wow. Wow. Big bounce. We got the FOMC statement drops in 10 minutes. What a bounce. Heavy bounce. Yeah, really heavy bounce. Wow. Back to the trend line. The handy dandy trend line. And we're getting a reaction off of it. That's crazy. That was 25. Wow, they're gonna spin it at the trend line. Interest rate decision in 10 minutes. FOMC rate decision. It's almost time. Bulls are holding the line right now. What a bounce. QQQ bounced off its close from yesterday. I mean, NQ did the same thing. Yep. Nice push. Let's see what happens. Shout out to Deborah in the building. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Shout out to Sheik and Ball. Sheik and Ball says she's up 2K. Let's go. Let's get to the game, Sheik and Ball. Munamar says, peep what I posted in the Discord. Let me see. Dun dun dun. Munamar says someone loaded at the dip. Yeah, look at that. The wick on the 1 hour looks crazy. The wick on the 1 hour and the 4 hour. Chicken Ball says, staying with the plan. That's how you gotta do it. Yo, Munamar, somebody might know something. The news is about to drop right now. Do we go to the north side? I might play around with some micros. Let's see. I might play around with some micros. We'll see. Like 1 micro. Who has more? Trying to think. The Great Dane from Denmark. What's going on? What's up? The Great Dane says, hey, Infinity, what's up? Let the crazy times begin. It's coming. It's going down. 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute. All right. I'm sitting here debating. All right. All right. I'm debating. I should mess around with some micros because this thing might go crazy. But I have to make sure it's on sniper zone. Okay. I'm risking one micro just in case it goes north. We'll see. I got my brackets on, so hopefully it doesn't whip me out quick. We'll see. The spread looks crazy, man. I just glitched. Did I get executed? I just glitched. Super heavy. Let's see if I can get in. Will it allow me? Nah, it's glitching crazy. Oh, geez. Are we going north side? Go up there, man. Go. Disappear. All right, we're leaving with at least. Oh, my gosh. That thing was all over the place. It's glitching hard. But I like the movement to the upside. Let's see. Testing some micros. Looking for a continuation. Let's see if they can do it. That thing's all over the place, man. I'm using one micro only. One micro, and I got a tight stop on it. If they stop me out, they stop me out. This thing's all over the place. Just playing around with the micro. One micro, guys. I'm not messing with this thing with some size. Can we get to highs? What y'all want to do? That's a big wick to the upside, though. Yeah, they're going to stop me out again. This thing is all over the place. Yeah, it's all over the place. It's flying. If we get to the midpoint, I might take it back up. We'll see. Ooh, they're going to flip it? Let's see. Do they flip it? There's a big wick to the downside, yo. Big wick. Oh yeah, they flying. I'm leaving it alone. Shout out to Sheik and Ball. MSG UFO says rates unchanged. Shout out to Great Dane. Great Dane, how have you been? Hope all is well. Powell speaks in 30 minutes. Powell speaks in 30 minutes. Yeah, they came in hot. Bears came in hot. Watching these levels. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. FOMC is in action right now. I'm watching that trend line. It's crazy, even when it's volatile, how levels still hold the line. Bears are pressing. This is like the 50% retracement of QQQ's pre-market range. Let's see what happens. Are they going for the lows? 22,000 breached again. Wow. Breach. 22,000 breach. Volatility, ladies and gentlemen. Volatility. I might test that 22,000 level. Testing it back down. Oh, nice push. This is 1-to-1. Oh my goodness, hold on. It's super volatile right now. It's super duper volatile. I'm playing the 22,000 level. Let's see if it holds. Tight stop. $60. Let's see what happens. Ooh, man, this thing is glitching. This is like all over the place. Watching it. Let's see. I'm leaving with something. Even in this volatility, I'm leaving with something. Jeez. Playing the 22,000 level. Oh, they're pushing. I'm gonna test it again. 22,000 key level. And we got VWAP. Yeah, it's all over the place, man. This thing is all over the place. Bulls are fighting back. Let's see if 22K holds. If it holds, it holds. Watching to see if the bears pull the rug at 22K. 22K is a critical level. Watching to see if they drop this thing. I'm playing off that trend line too. They're trying to hold. Super volatile. My Tradovate's glitching. It's all over the place. I'm playing around with like a couple micros off of the 22,000 level, but bulls are trying to reclaim. Big buy up. We'll see what they do. VWAP is 22,015. They're trying, they're moving. Yeah, they gonna stop me out. Almost. Big buy up by the bulls. Do they want to test the trend line again? Like right at VWAP. Between 22,000 and that VWAP, that's what I'm testing out. Let's see if we get anything to the downside. Oh nah, bulls are strong, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. We're rocking and rolling. Bulls came right back. We tested the trend line again. We tested the trend line again. The trend is your friend. All right, let's see if we get continuation. If we get some continuation, I'll cut it. $60 is 1-to-1. Looking for 120 if we can get down there. Continuation, or are you gonna hold? Give us something. Help us figure something out, man. I'm leaving my stop at 1-to-1. Yeah, that trend line worked. It's been working all day. Go against the grain to the downside. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. It's Powell day. Powell gets on the mic when? 20 minutes. If we touch the trend line again, I'm taking it back to the downside. Let's see. 22,000 super key level. Do they want that to hold? Where's the 20,000? If we get an entry at like 20,000 or a little bit higher, I might take it. Let's do it again. Anything at 22, I'm taking it back to the downside. At least break even, man. Leave with the fee money at least. Let's see if we get a drop. I'm looking for continuation. If we can get it. If we can't, then I'll cut it. Super volatile right now. when it's volatile like this, I got a tight stop. Playing with small size, super small. Does 22,000 hold? We'll see. I'm playing the gap between VWAP, the trend line, and yeah, basically the trend line and VWAP. I'm playing and 22,000, playing down from that level. If we get anything to the downside, the bulls are trying to hold the line, man. We have yesterday's close. That's at like 21,950, and we got a daily level at 21,971. So it looks like those levels are trying to hold the line, but we'll see. VWAP also key level 20,000, 22,015. Current level. It ain't moving. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. We are waiting on Powell. That trend line is holding like a rock. Do we smash through? We'll see. Powell, rates unchanged. We'll see what happens, man. Powell gets on the mic in like 15 minutes. Playing down from the trend line. We'll see if we get anything. It's super volatile right now. Taking little bits and pieces. Nice push down. We need continuation, ladies and gentlemen. I'm right at 1 to 1. Let's see if we can get 1 to 2. I gotta take the 1 to 1. I take 1 to 1s. I take 1 to 1.5s. I take 1 to 2s. I don't really wait for 1 to 4s and all that. Not in this market. Not in this market, man. I'm taking what I can, especially with a little bit of volatility. I'm not messing with it. Top G, what's going on? Shout out to Cave Trader. Trader Goated, what's up, bro? When he says good afternoon, it's going to take. Good afternoon. Cave Trader, you're hilarious, man. You're right. I saw a meme like that, man. He says good afternoon. And all you seen was a red candle to the downside. 1,000 points down. Oh, hilarious. As soon as he says, good afternoon, it's a wrap. The algos are playing around right now. All right, I might play this trend line again if they give it to me. It has to hold though. No, I don't like ES. ES is trying to bust loose. Key levels right here. What's my QQQ talking about? QQQ mid-level right now. Wow. It's at mid-level right now. I'm going to test it. Playing the trend line and VWAP. If they bust above, they'll stop me out. But if all of this holds, fresh 5-minute candle right here, fresh 15-minute candle, fresh everything right here. Let's see if we get a nice reaction. 15-minute is to the downside so far. Might double up here if they can hold. I want my entry to be up here though. They might hold it. And these 200 SMAs on intraday charts, that's very interesting. This is my first time using them. They're very interesting. Just to see how the price action like maneuvers around those levels, very interesting. If the trend line cracks, I get stopped out. My stop is like right above the trend line. It's like right there. They're trying so hard to bust that level. This is key. We're at VWAP as well. ES is at a key level. We'll see what happens here. So far, it looks like it's holding. Ooh, they're gonna crack it. They're gonna crack it. Oh yeah, they're looking good. Let's see. Can the bulls pop back up before Powell gets on the mic? Powell gets on the mic. Powell gets on the mic when? 15 minutes. Cave Trader said, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, bro. The market is waiting for those two words. Sheik and Ball says, love to see you happy. Love, see you happy day, good day, even if red day, risk what you can. Yep, stay locked in. That's a fact. Woo, are we dropping? I'm playing off of VWAP. These are all the confluences I'm playing right now. VWAP, trend line, 22,200 SMA. All to the downside. Let's see. Bears got a hold though. If bulls pop it right here, I'll just stop out. They're definitely trying to hold though. ES is trying to hold the line. Let's see what happens. They're sneaking above the VWAP. They might do it. They're looking good. Here comes some bulls. And they're gonna stop me out. Nice pop. Shout out to Sheik and Ball in the building. We got Powell on the mic in like 10 minutes. 1 hour charts have reclaimed, wow. They reclaimed EMA levels. Big bounce. Heck of a bounce. Oh, was that a trick? Oh, man. This looks a little trappish, if you ask me. This looks a little trappish. I'm gonna double up. Let's see. I got stops at like 120. Let's see if they hold. Yeah, this looks a little trappish. There's a gap up here too. I'm watching this trend line. Let's see if it can hold. Can the bulls keep going or do they get slapped down? The 15-minute charts are right at some key levels. We'll see if they can hold. Let's see if we get anything right here. 200 SMA. Very interesting. I'm watching this line. I've been watching it the last couple days. Very interesting the way the price action moves around it. I might go break even. Let's see if trying to give it a little bit of space. We'll see. Break even, flat or forward, guys. Flat or forward. I am not playing with these guys. Flat or forward. I'm gonna stop the price action down. Looking for 1-to-1. 1-to-1 is like 120-ish. See what we can get. Nice drop. Get down there. Trying to give it some room. Trying to give it some room. Come on, Bears. 1-to-1 is 120. Let's see if we can get some more drop. I'm glitching right now, but it's all good. It's all good. Powell's on the mic in 10 minutes. What did I just do? I don't know what I just did. I double clicked by mistake. God dang it. That was a fat finger mistake. Fat finger mistake. Look at this finger, man. It's a fat finger, man. Double click by mistake. Golly. It's all good. It's all good. We'll take the 1-to-1. 1 to 1.2. I'm taking everything. 22,000 again. If we get back up here, if we get back to the trend line, I'm back in. But until then, rocking the micros. Yeah, the thing is, I want to be out of this before Powell gets on that mic. Cause like Cave Trader says, all Powell has to say is good afternoon. All he has to say is good afternoon. All right, let's test it again. 200 SMA VWAP trend line 22,000. Those are a bunch of the levels I'm looking at right now, and we have a fib level at 22,011 on NQ. Watching to see if we get any weakness right here. The gap fill is 971. That's what I'm looking for. 22,011 down to 71 if we can get it. Dive, my friend, dive. Dive down. Powell is about to get on the mic. Get me out of here quickly before he gets on the mic. Okay, we're 1-1. Or we were 1-1. With this price action, man, you just gotta. This is a scalper's market because this price action is crazy. We're still battling at 22,000. I'm looking for a drop from that level, but Powell is close, so I'm taking my time. I'm gonna leave it alone. Just played the price action with some micros. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Powell is coming in hot. Mr. Powell is coming in hot. If you're new here, say something, man. How long have you been trading and what do you trade? Powell is coming in hot. Ooh. Yeah, things have kind of calmed down, but we gotta wait till once Powell gets on the mic. This thing could go either way. This thing could go either way. Ooh, we're getting the drop. Nice. Trend line held, man. 22K held. And we have some FEGs on ES. Nice. We are retreating at the moment. I mean, we got that's the gap I was looking for too. 71. It's all good. More trades are on the way. It's Powell's coming in hot. He could take us in either direction. We don't know how the algos are gonna react. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Just played the action with a couple micros. $60 of risk. Looking for a drop. Down from 22K. We keep going back. Like somebody's buying out at this level too. Whoever bought that morning push, that's who we're fighting right now. Powell's coming in hot, 5 minutes. If we go to the trend line, I gotta take it. Let's see how strong this candle is. Ooh, wow. Strong candle. I'm watching ES as well. We're at the 50% retracement of QQQ's pre-market range. Does this hold as resistance? We'll see. This is a strong candle though. I'm not getting in front of it, especially with Powell 3 minutes away. I'm gonna leave it alone. Now, if we start taking off, I might mess with it, but it has to be a strong takeoff. We'll see what Powell has up his sleeve. Couple of minutes, he'll be on. Mr. Powell. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Like, comment, subscribe, share. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. It's Powell time, guys. I guess I'm gonna let it play in the background. We'll see. Ooh. Mr. Powell. Let's see. Where's Powell at? Bulls are trying to hold that line, man. It's a battle for 22K right now. Super key level. Let's look for some Powell. Mr. Powell. Shout out to Sheik and Ball. Shout out to Deborah. Shout out to Top G. What's the word? Powell speech. Powell better tell us something good. We'll see. We're getting a reject at the trend line again? Well, we don't know. As soon as Powell gets on, it could go either way. Good afternoon. Shout out to Cave Trader, man. Cave Trader says that's all they're waiting for. That's all the markets are waiting for. Powell to turn that corner. Uh-oh. Oh, look, now it's about to start getting real. We got 1 minute until Powell jumps on. Let's see what happens. Hold on to your boots, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your boots. I like how the Bulls are maintaining 22K. We'll see what happens. Can Jerome send us north? 1 hour charts have reclaimed EMA support, so we'll see. 4 hour charts look decent for the Bulls. Let's see. It's 2:30, guys. Let's look at the reaction at 2:30. Anything? The trend line is still holding. It's definitely still holding. That trend line is like an imaginary brick wall. All right, is he on yet? Not yet. Ooh, hold on. Ooh, he's on. Hold on 1 second, guys. He's on. Woo! It's Powell time.
swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing has complicated GDP measurement. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP as we call them, which is GDP net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a decline in sentiment over recent months and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.4% this year and 1.6% next year, somewhat slower than projected in March.
We're breaking.
In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 135,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.2% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation.
Wow. 1-to-1, gotta take it.
Indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures.
We'll take it.
The median projection for the unemployment
Nice
rate
pop.
in the SEP
We're
is
breaking that trend line.
4.5% at the end of this year and next, a bit higher than projected in March.
Ooh, it's the dot plot.
Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in May.
If we squeeze down,
And
again, I'm getting back
excluding the
in.
volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected
Bulls
in
are
both
moving.
market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation this year is 3%, somewhat higher than projected in March. The median inflation projection falls to 2.4% in 2026 and 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people.
Bulls are moving.
At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%, and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined. Even so, increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in price lifting. It's also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem.
The Powell man.
As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close.
Big battle.
For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance.
I'm going to test it.
In our SEP.
Whoa, what just happened? Yo, this is live. This is live. Why are they giving us...
Work management platform? You have the power. Not IT, not admins.
Projected.
Why does YouTube do that? If it's live, man, we don't need ads.
At the end of next year, and to 3.4% at the end of 2027, a little higher than the March projection.
Oh boy.
These individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, and as I've
Let's see if we
noted,
get a drop.
uncertainty is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or decision.
I'm playing that trend line again.
At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on issues related to assessing the risks and uncertainties that are relevant for monetary policy and the potential implications for policy strategy and communications.
22,000 key
Our
level.
review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference that we held last month. We are open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up any modifications to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy by late summer. After that, we will consider enhancements to our suite of communications tools, including the SEP. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country.
Big push.
Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I
Nice
look forward
push.
to your questions.
He's done. Here come the questions.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. To what extent has the more limited impact from tariffs at this stage
nice
on
bio.
inflation changed your view on what the ultimate economic fallout will be from these policies and the timing of when they will materialize in the data?
Super volatile right now.
So, we've had 3 months of favorable inflation readings since the high readings of January and February, and that's, of course, highly welcome news. Part of that just is that services, core services, both housing services and non-housing services have really been grinding down toward levels that are consistent with 2% inflation. So that's the good news. We've had goods inflation just moving up a bit, and of course we expect, as you point out, we do expect to see more of that over the course of the summer. It takes some time for tariffs to work their way through the chain of distribution to the end consumer. A good example of that would be goods being sold at retailers today may have been imported several months ago before tariffs were imposed. So we're beginning to see some effects, and we do expect to see more of them over coming months. We do also see price increases in some of the relevant categories like personal computers and audiovisual equipment and things like that that are attributable to tariff increases. In addition, we look at surveys of businesses and
Playing the
there are
VWAP.
many of those, and you do see a range of things.
Can they hold?
Many companies do expect to
Oh,
to
wow.
put
They're
all
dropping.
or some or all of the effective tariffs through to the next person in the chain, and ultimately to the consumer. Today, the amount of the amount of the tariff effects, the size of the tariff effects, their duration and the time it will take are all highly uncertain. So that is why we think the appropriate thing to do is
Nice
to
push.
hold where we are.
Come on,
as we
Bulls.
learn more, and we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments.
1 to
In
1.
terms of how we
Ooh,
should
nice
interpret the
push.
rate cuts
Hold it.
penciled into the SEP, is this reflecting that there's this expectation that underlying inflation will just stay well enough contained that allows the committee to eventually move ahead with those cuts? Or is it about, responding to a deterioration in economic activity, let's say? I mean, how should we make sense of the forecast?
So if you look at the forecast, you will see that people do generally expect inflation to move up and then to come back down. But we can't
VWAP
just assume
held.
that. Of course, we don't know that, and,
Whoa.
our job is to
Started
make
raining
sure,
out of
one
nowhere.
our
Gee.
jobs to make sure that a one-time increase
Hold on one
in
second.
inflation doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And that, again, that will depend on the size of the effects, how long it takes for them to come in, and ultimately on keeping inflation expectations anchored.
Come on, Bulls.
Oh, hey, and thanks, Chair Bear. Howard Schneider with Reuters. If you look at the rate path starting in December to today and adjusted over
Wow.
the full time horizon you've got there, you've taken about a quarter point per year out of your projected path, and you ended a higher rate at 2027 than you would have in the prior 4 months.
Here comes some
Is that a
bulls.
result of a sense that tariffs will lead to more persistent inflation? Is it a result of reassessments of where your short-term neutral rate is? Why are you on a slower path now?
So I would focus most on the nearer term. I think as you get out to the later years, it's hard for anybody to know where the economy is going. You didn't see people moving their longer term, estimate of the neutral rate, for example, at this meeting. So and those things are probably slow moving. So I think if you look at what's happening here since March, this is since March, right? You see a little slower growth, just a tiny tick up.
Come on, Bulls.
1/10 tick up in unemployment, and you see inflation moving up 0.3. And by the way, it was a similar move from the December SEP to the March. So that's what you see. You see the effects of tariffs. I think we learned in April, after the March meeting, that substantially higher tariffs were likely, and then since then, the estimates of where the tariffs will be have actually moved back down, although still at an elevated level. So we're adapting in real time, and what you see is an accumulation of individual assessments.
You say in the statement that risks have diminished on that front, but the July 9th, drop dead date for all the Liberation Day tariffs is still out there and unresolved. You've got now exchange of missiles between two Middle East adversaries with a possible U.S. involvement.
Woo.
How can you justify saying that risks have
Iran.
diminished?
So what we said was that uncertainty uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished but remains elevated. Many surveys say that. They do. So, and that's actually a line from the Teal book, which you can see in 5 years.
The Teal book.
Check that.
Hey, Powell got jokes.
No, but if you think about it, tariff uncertainty really peaked in April, and since then has come down, and that's really what that's just acknowledging. It's diminished, but still elevated. That it's uncertainty. So I think that's an accurate statement.
That 71 level is still a problem.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. There is an argument out there in favor of cutting rates more immediately. Inflation has continued to cool and is back to roughly 2% despite the tariffs. And I guess I also wanted to ask about cracks in the job market with gross hiring slowing, concentrated in just a few industries. We've seen some housing data, including this morning, that have been pretty weak. Do you see any concerns that the economy is weakening and that is a reason to cut rates going forward?
So we do of course monitor all those things. I think if you look at the overall picture, what you're seeing is 4.2% unemployment and an economy that's growing at a rate hard to know given the unusual flows in the first quarter, but it appears to be 1.5–2%, maybe a little better than that. Sentiment has come up off of its very low levels. It's still depressed. So you can point to things. The housing market is a longer run problem and also a short run problem. I don't think it's indicative of basically the situation is we have a longer run shortage of housing, and we also have high rates right now. I think the best thing we can do for the housing market is to restore price stability in a sustainable way and create a strong labor market, and that's the best thing we can do for the housing market. You asked about the job market. Again, look at labor force participation, look at wages, look at job creation. They're all at healthy levels now. I would say you can see perhaps a very slow continued cooling, but nothing that's troubling at this time. But we watch it very carefully.
Back to the trend line, guys. Back to the trend line.
The current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned
Okay, I've got to make it
to respond in a
I might
timely
take
way to
this.
economic developments, and for now.
Depends.
And, we'll be watching the data carefully.
Trend
Well,
line's
just quickly
holding.
given that, there are concerns inflation will rise, but there is the alternate scenario that tariffs would create demand destruction and slow growth sufficiently, and that would perhaps keep a bit of a lid on inflation. Do you see odds of that scenario? What kind of odds do you see of that scenario coming true, and how many months of cool inflation would you need to see before concluding that maybe that lower inflation scenario is taking place?
So this is very much the conversation we had today and yesterday. There are many, many different scenarios, many combinations of scenarios where inflation does or doesn't prove out to be at the levels we think, and where the labor market does or doesn't soften. And I think what you see people doing is looking ahead at a time of very high uncertainty and writing down what they think the most likely case is. No one holds these rate paths with a great deal of conviction, and everyone would agree that they're all going to be data dependent, and that you can make a case for any of the rate paths, I think, that you see in the SEP. And we do this once a quarter. It's a hard thing to do particularly at this time, but it does reflect. If you see somebody writing down a rate path that involves cuts, that's them saying, yes, I think we will get to a place, more likely than not, where cuts will be appropriate. And it could be a joint probability of a number of possible outcomes. Again, remember how much uncertainty we face, though.
Key levels right here.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wonder if you could describe for us some of those scenarios. How do you get to a place? I'm noticing that the uncertainty levels in your forecast are very high. How do you get to a place where you have the confidence in the outlook for, say, inflation and or growth or the unemployment rate? How many months does it take, and what do you want to see in the data to get to that level of confidence to actually reduce rates off the restrictive level?
So it's very, very hard to say when that will happen. We know that the time will come. It could come quickly. It could not come quickly. As long as the economy is solid,
Bear's
as long as
starting to
we're
chop.
seeing the kind of labor
Key
market
level
that
right
we
here.
have and reasonably decent growth and inflation moving down, we feel like the right thing to do is to be where we are, where our policy stance is, and just learn more. And in particular, we feel like we're going to learn a great deal more over the summer on tariffs. We hadn't expected them to show up much by now, and they haven't. And we will see to the extent to which they do over coming months. And I think that's going to inform our thinking, for one thing. In addition, we'll see how the labor market progresses. So at some point it will become clear. I can't tell you exactly when that will be. And meanwhile, we'll be watching the labor market very carefully for signs of weakness and strength, and tariffs for signs of what's going to happen there. And of course, there are many developments ahead. Even in the near term, developments are expected on tariffs. So I think we don't yet know with any confidence where they will settle out. We have an estimate, and I think all estimates are now pretty close together, but it's highly uncertain.
When you say estimate of the impact of tariffs on the core PCE, is that
Testing VWAP to see if it can
What you
hold.
start with is what's the effective tariff rate overall, and people are managing to that. But the pass-through of tariffs to consumer price inflation is a whole process that's very uncertain. As you know, there are many parties in that chain. There's the manufacturer, the exporter, the
Power
importer,
hour
the
coming in
retailer,
hot, ladies and gentlemen.
the consumer.
Power hour.
And each one of those is going to be trying not to be the one to pay for the tariff, but together they will all pay for it together, or maybe one party will pay it all. But
Bear's
that
getting
process
busy.
is very hard to predict, and we haven't been through
They're trying
a
to get
situation
busy.
like this, and I think we have to be humble about our ability to forecast it. So that's why we need to see some actual data to make better decisions. We'd like to get some more data, and again, in the meantime, we can
Making
do
the press?
that because the economy remains in solid
see.
condition.
Nick Generos of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I guess I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more
Let's
the
see.
divergence we see in the dot plot, particularly around
The
the
dot plot.
2025 rate projections. I realize this is, you have
22,000
one group of
super key
officials that
level.
are putting down no cuts, another that are
If we
putting
break,
down more than one.
Hold on 1 second.
And again, recognizing that could be difficult to summarize, but is it a matter of people having a different outlook or a different reaction function, a different commitment to defending against another inflation mistake? How did that play out over the last 2 days?
So you're right. This is often the case. We have a pretty healthy diversity of views on the committee. We did have strong support for today's decision and broad agreement that our policy stance does leave us in a good place. But I would point to two factors, and you mentioned them. The first is just that parties have a diversity of forecasts, and they do align with where their dots are. So if you have a higher inflation forecast, you're going to be less likely to be writing down, more cuts. But remember, as we see more data, we're going to
They're
learn
buying
more
out of
about
this
where
level,
inflation is
man.
headed, and that means when it is time to look at normal, resuming our normalization process, the differences you see should be smaller because we'll have seen actual data. Right now, it's just a forecast in a very foggy time. So that's the first part, is forecast. Secondly, people can look at the same data and they can evaluate the risks differently, as you know. And that includes, the risk of higher inflation, the risk that it'll be more persistent, the risk that the labor market will weaken. People are going to have different assessments of that risk. So that you put that in there too.
Bears are trying to bear
Those
down.
are the two ways that the two things I think that drive these things.
We're losing
Remember, though,
VWAP.
with-
Let's see what
As I
happens.
mentioned earlier, with uncertainty as elevated as it is, no one holds these rate paths with a lot of conviction. So that's really where it is. It's a function of those things, and I think as the data come in, you should see those differences diminish.
If I could follow, you've said the policy is in a good place and that it's modestly restrictive. Given all the uncertainty you just talked about, tariff levels, uncertainty around the pass-through, is it price increases?
Trend
versus
line
margin
is
compression,
reforming.
some of the softness that Chris talked about in labor and housing. Why wouldn't it be better
Playing
to
off
have
of
rates at a more
22K
neutral
down
setting
to the
as
downside?
economy heads into this period of very high uncertainty?
If you
Ooh,
just look
there we
backward
go.
at
We're
the
getting
data,
something. Let's go.
That's what you would say.
1 to
but
1 is
that's
right
not-
here.
We have to be forward-looking.
I'm looking for
And the thing
continuation.
that
Let's see if we can get it.
every
Wow.
outside forecaster and the Fed is saying is that we
Somebody's-
expect a
I'm at
meaningful
least breaking even
amount
right
of
here.
inflation to arrive in
Taking
coming
something.
months. And we have to take that into account. So I think a backward-looking look would lead you to a
22,000
neutral
is
stance, but
key
we
level.
can't. We have to look at that, and because the economy is still solid, we can
Might take
the
1 to
time
1
actually
here.
see
We
what's
are
gonna
flying to
happen.
the downside now.
There's
Do
a
I
range
add?
of possibilities on how
Kinda wanna
large
add.
the inflation effects and the other effects
Wow.
are going to be. So we'll make smarter and better
1 to
decisions
2 coming up.
if we just wait a couple of months or
1 to
however
2
long it
is
takes to
coming
get a
up.
sense
Let's see.
of really what is going to be the pass-through of inflation and what's
Nice
going to be the effects
drop.
on spending.
This is what we're looking for. 1 to 2
hiring,
right
all those
here.
things.
1 to 2 RR. Give me out.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. Your friend.
1 to-
1600
1 to 2. I'll take 1 to 2 any day.
Insults in your direction, and I'm wondering, now that the Supreme Court has maybe carved out the Fed.
We
from,
played down
some
from
of
the
legal
200 SMA,
implications of that,
the VWAP,
whether this is just
22,000,
noise that the markets
and,
and everybody should
ES,
ignore until your term is up, or
daily
whether you
FEG
worry
levels,
that it could
and,
lead to more pressure on confidence on Wall
NQ's
Street, on consumers.
50% retracement of yesterday's range. So all those levels were like right at
From my
VWAP.
standpoint, it's not comparable.
Right above
What
VWAP,
everyone on the
and that
FOMC wants is a
22,000,
good, solid American economy
15
with
to
strong labor
22,000,
market and price stability. That's what we
40
want.
level.
Our policy is well positioned to, right now, to deliver that and to be able to respond in a timely way as the data lead us around. The economy's been resilient, and part of that is our stance. And again, we think we're in a good place on that to respond to significant economic developments. That's what matters. That is what matters to us.
That's
Pretty
what
much
matters.
that's all that matters to us.
I need to ask.
Good
assuming
gains
you
on
are
this one.
not reappointed,
388, I'll
would
take
you
it
stay on as
for the
governor
day.
when your term as chair ends?
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about this.
Ooh, Powell not playing any games, man.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Nice gap fill. Cave Trader said we should test 960s. We're right there, man.
Up significantly. What kind of effect would that have on
Shout out to
labor markets?
the masked trader. Okay, I'll double check the link.
So you're asking immigration?
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't want to speculate. One way to get at that from an economic standpoint, we of course don't comment on immigration policy. It's not ours to make or comment on. But what you see is an unemployment rate that has been really solid and at a low level, not really increasing. It's been in a good range and well within the range of mainstream estimates of maximum employment. And that means, like, part of that is that labor demand and labor supply are kind of moving down at the same rate. Labor demand is softening. You see that in job creation, but it's still kind of at a healthy level. And labor supply is diminishing because
They want day lows.
the immigration numbers that we see are much lower than they were. So those two factors, supply and demand, that's
Woo!
what has kept the
There go the
unemployment
Bears, man.
in a
Bear
reasonably,
Island.
stable place.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to follow up on is if you could elaborate on the potential changes to the SCP that you suggested were part of the framework review, I think.
So the framework review really has two tracks, right? The first track is our policy framework that is reflected in the consensus
Wow.
statement.
Bears going crazy.
We've said that we would finish that and announce it by the end of the summer. So we're well along in that process. We've had the meetings that we need to have, and we're now going to be going into, into discussions about, specific changes to language. So that's the framework part of it. The second part of it is our communications tools and practices. Pardon me. And that part comes next. Okay, that's what we're gonna do in the meetings this fall. Actually, what we did at this meeting, though, is we sort of prepared the ground for that. We had a meeting where we talked at a high level about a number of ideas. The SCP is part of it. Many other ideas. It's sort of, how do we think our communications can be improved? There are a number of ideas. People offered a really, it was a great conversation, number of ideas, but we're gonna look at those with staff briefing and a lot of thought in the fall. And I would say when it comes to changing communications, I would only support things really I would only implement things that have very broad support. And also you want to be really careful because I think our communications are pretty well received. They're not broken. So more is not necessarily better, but better is better. So we're going to be looking at ways to do things that will improve the clarity of what we do for the benefit of the public.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. You're famously known as the guy that makes decision based on data instead of speculation. You said today the inflation data is in a good place. We don't know how tariffs are going to impact prices going forward. That's uncertain. But I've got to go back to the last time that you cut rates in December, and there was still the what if of tariffs. So what made you feel comfortable cutting then when inflation was higher than where it is today?
Wow.
And you didn't cut today?
Dang.
Well,
Big drop.
The forecast for inflation in December was 2.5. Core PCE for 2025, the forecast was 2.5%.
Yesterday's low on NQ breached.
Inflation forecast.
21,909.
What we learned is that, and this was long before we had any idea of what the actual policies would be.
Are we glitching?
We've learned that tariffs are going to be substantially larger than forecasters generally thought. And we don't, our forecasts are generally
What a drop.
not particularly different from those
That
of
trend
other,
line held well, man. Golly.
forecasting operations. So what we learned, and particularly in April, was that very substantially larger tariffs were coming and that would mean higher inflation. That's what happened. And so now you saw 2.5% forecast in December, you saw 2.8% in March, and you see 3.1% now. So it's 0.6 higher inflation for 2025, and that's a big part of the change. And that's
Shout out to the
due
masked
the effects
trader.
of the tariffs that are,
Shout out to
we don't know
Cave
where
Trader.
they're gonna land, but
Woo!
it's pretty clear they're gonna land.
Bears are
higher
getting
than
it, Moon
outside
or Mars.
Forecasters were really guessing at the end of last year.
My follow-up to that, I think consumers, right, we're looking for relief on rates when it comes to mortgages, car loans, small businesses want to take out more manageable loans.
Wow.
When you look at the cumulative inflation over the past 5 years, prices have risen
21,900,
over 20%.
guys.
It's been a rough road. So what is the tipping point then for the wait and see approach in terms of how much it's going to
Wow.
help versus when it hurts the American consumer?
Sheesh. They want overnight lows.
Well, I mean, we're trying to restore price. The best thing we can do for the public that we serve is restore price stability. If we can, and we will, restore price stability, meaning 2% inflation on a durable, sustainable basis. That.
Come on, YouTube.
I had a friend tell me about Roadrunner Sports, and so I went into
Why
my
does
local store and ended
YouTube-
up working
why does
with a
YouTube do
fit
this?
expert in the perfect fit zone. And they did a 3D scan of my foot.
Why does YouTube do that? I've noticed that during a live event, they'll run ads.
Inflation all the time. So in the meantime, we have to keep rates high to get inflation all the way down.
They want those ad
Not very
dollars.
high. Let's be honest. I would say policy is modestly or moderately, probably modestly now restricted.
Cave
If you
trader
look at the
caught the
economy, it's not
short.
performing
Let's
as
go.
though we're performing under very strict monetary policy, very restrictive monetary policy. So I would say probably modestly restricted. And so what it will take is confidence that inflation is coming down. Now, I would say without tariffs, that
Wow.
confidence would be building, because if you see what's happening with non-housing services and housing services, which are
It's power
the
hour.
two big pieces other than goods, those are coming down really nicely now. So I think we have to learn a little more about tariffs. I don't know what the right way for us to react will be. I think it's hard to know with any confidence how we should react until we see really the size of the effects, and then we can start to make a better judgment. So that's what we're doing, and I think we can take the time to do that because unemployment is 4.2%. Wages are moving up, real wages are moving up at a healthy clip now. And inflation is, 2.3% headline inflation over a 12-month basis. So it's a good economy, and a solid economy with decent growth.
Thank you, Chair Powell. So you're saying that uncertainty has come down, the economy is moving at a solid pace, inflation.
21,882 is a
and this is all
daily.
moving in the right direction. So
I believe that's
are
a
you
daily
indicating here that
FEG
Americans
midpoint.
should
It's
expect
a
some
daily or
sort
a
of
weekly,
economic
one of the
pain
two.
in the second half of the year?
I'm not
21,882.
From our standpoint,
And that's exactly
what
where
I
we're
can
bouncing.
say is that the U.S. economy is in solid shape. Inflation has come down.
Let me see if it's a
Unemployment rate
daily
remains
or
4.2%. As I mentioned,
weekly.
real wages
I need to
are
put
moving up.
I need to
It's
color
good.
code them.
Job
If I can
creation's
color
at
code
healthy
them,
level.
it'll be easier.
Unemployment, again, as I said, low.
Yeah, the
Labor
daily
force
50%
in place. So,
retracement, 21,882.
What we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that.
Wow.
Every forecaster you can
Shout out to
name,
everybody in the chat,
who
man.
is a
Cave Trader, Moon of
professional,
Mars, MSG, UFO.
forecaster with adequate resources.
We're listening
and
to
forecasts
Powell.
For a living is forecasting a pretty significant. Everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months from tariffs because someone has to pay for the tariffs, and it will be someone in that chain that I mentioned between the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, ultimately somebody putting it into a good of some kind or just the consumer buying it. And all through that.
Yesterday's
that
low
chain,
for
people will
NQ
be trying
is
not to do
21,909.
the cost, but ultimately, the cost of the tariff has to be paid, and some of it will fall on the end consumer. We know that because that's what businesses say, that's what the data
Is it
say from past
21,909? Yeah.
So we know that's coming.
Yeah, 21,909.
We just want to see a little bit of that before we make judgments prematurely.
And follow up on that, so you spent years ago talking about how you're data dependent, and be a little more direct on this. Now you're making decisions looking forward. Doesn't the data you're seeing today indicate there should be a rate cut?
No, I mean, your monetary policy has to be forward-looking. That is elementary. You've got to be looking. I always talk about the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We say that over and over and over again, right? So it's always forward-looking. If you know, at the very beginning of the pandemic,
Wow.
we cut rates to zero immediately. Nothing had happened.
Yo,
We
daily
just knew that it was gonna be
FEG
really bad,
midpoints on the
right?
dip,
So we took very aggressive
daily
forward-looking
FEG
because
midpoints
we knew
are
things were
real
going to be
levels, yo.
unusually difficult.
Insane.
So, of
We
course,
turned around right
this
there.
is something we sort of know is coming, we just don't know the size of it.
What's
And
QQQ
again,
looking
the
like?
economy seems to be in solid shape, so the labor market's not crying out for.
That was
rate
also
cut.
a fib level on
Businesses,
QQQ.
were
Big bounce.
in a bit of shock after April 2, but you see
Heck of a
business
bounce.
sentiment, you talk to business people now, there's a very different feeling now that people are working their way through this, and they understand how they're gonna go, and it feels much more positive and constructive than it did 3 months ago, let's say. So, again, we think that our current stance of monetary policy is in a good place.
Thank you, Amara Mokley with Bloomberg. Chair Powell, in February, you told Congress that the Fed is, quote, overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Then in a memo to staff in May announcing a deferred resignation program at the Fed, you said you wanted to ensure that the Fed was, quote, right-sized. Those two statements appear to be at odds with one another. Could you explain what changed in the roughly 3 months between those statements that made you decide that Fed staff levels at the Fed should decline?
I don't see them at all as intention, so I was asked, is the Fed overstaffed? And I said, no, and I sort of said as a pun, overworked but not overstaffed. People do work extremely hard at the Fed, and I know they work hard at Bloomberg too. So, but we work hard, and, but I would say
Hey,
this.
Powell got
We
jokes.
are careful stewards of public resources, and sometimes you need to show that. So there have been several times in our history, modern history, where the Fed has said, you know what, we're going to do a buyout. We're gonna show the public, we're gonna demonstrate that we are good stewards of public resources. So we thought, and I thought that this is a time when we can, you know, we grow at about, our headcount has grown at about 1% a year. So over the course of a couple of years, we're doing a careful scrub of the board and all the reserve banks, and we're gonna find 10% of employees who can do something else, where we can streamline our operations, and we think we can get there in a couple of years. We think we can do that, and we think this is without taking risk to carrying out our critical missions. So this is something you do very carefully, thoughtfully, and you do it, again, respecting that we have critical missions to carry out. I've had experience, a lot of experience in my prior careers, with headcount reductions and things like that, and this is how you do it professionally. You do it carefully, thoughtfully, with a lot of planning, and you do it over a period of time. I think the Fed will be fine. I think no one will notice any decline in our ability to carry out our missions. And I think it's just us wanting to demonstrate to the public that we are actually good stewards of their resources. We're effectively wiping out 10 years of headcount growth with this. So, I mean, we wanted to show that, that we're good stewards.
How is progress on reducing headcount going so far? Are you on track to meet the goal?
We're just at the very beginning. As you know, we're doing a buyout program. We're gonna hit that goal. I think many organizations find that they can do this. You don't want to do it every year or anything, but you can do it at intervals, and you wind up not interfering with your ability to perform your jobs.
Chair Powell, Claire Jones from the Financial Times. As you're no doubt aware, the Senate Finance Committee has tabled its version of the reconciliation bill this week, and I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the tenor of the debate at the FOMC over the past few days on fiscal policy and the degree to which that influenced people's projections for 2026 and beyond. Thank you.
Yeah, so, we don't sit around and debate or really discuss. We take fiscal policy as fully exogenous.
Exogenous.
And, so we actually, really didn't talk about the bill or the contents of it. It's still evolving. When it gets closer, remember also we have a very, very large economy, and the effects will be at the margin. I expect that they may already be in, but they will be in by the next meeting. We'll make an estimate, but it's not a major thing. It's nothing that we discuss. It may have been mentioned a couple of times, but as something that's coming in. But I think the outcome is, we don't know the outcome yet there, so hard to be real specific.
Neil.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. There have been some cutbacks in economic statistics collection in the last few weeks. Worries that long-running problems around funding and response rates may be getting worse. How much is this concern on your radar? How much confidence do you have that the gauges you're watching to assess the economy are reliable right now?
Two things. One, the data we get right now, we can do our jobs. I'm not concerned that we can't do our jobs. That's not the point. The point really is that we are starting to see, layoffs and important gatherers of data are saying that they're having to cut back on the size of their surveys. That's going to lead to more volatility in the surveys. I think we should take a step back and, from our standpoint, and I think the standpoint of businesses and governments and everyone, having really good data on the state of the economy at any given time is a huge public good. It helps, it not just doesn't help the Fed, it helps the government, it helps Congress, it helps the executive branch. More importantly, really, it helps businesses. They need to know what's going on in the economy. The United States has been a leader for many, many years in this whole project of measuring and understanding what's happening in our very large and dynamic economy. And I hate to see us cutting back on that, because it is a real benefit to the general public that people in all kinds of jobs have the best possible understanding of what's happening in the economy and hence what's likely to happen. It's very hard to measure what's going on in the U.S. economy. If you read, there was a book called, well, it's really remarkable how many things you need to understand to estimate U.S. GDP. Very, very difficult, and it's so important that we get it right. I just would say it's not a place I would want to keep investing in that, for the good of the general public.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. So you're conducting this monetary policy strategy framework review, but next year we're supposed to have a new Fed chair, and I'm wondering if that affects at all the way that you're approaching this. How do you ensure that this framework will actually be durable?
The framework document goes back
For
to
real?
2012.
I didn't know.
And it's the committee's document. It's not like we're going to invent a brand new way to do things. It's been an evolving document, so it shouldn't depend on who the chair is at all. It should depend on what's happening in the economy and what the committee wants to do. So, yeah, it isn't really tied to any particular chair. And we used to renew it every year. Now we do it every 5 years. So, but I don't think I've never heard anyone raise this issue that a new chair might want to come in and go in a completely different direction. I really don't think that's right. But that's not going to be up to me to decide.
Is that affecting at all you're consulting with?
Not at all. Not in any way.
Thank you. Chair Powell, Matt Egan from CNN. Relatively low gas prices this year have helped drive down inflation in recent reports, but that trend is starting to reverse given the crisis in the Middle East. How are you thinking about how the Israel-Iran conflict will impact the economy, especially inflation, and what lessons were learned during the 2022 period when another conflict, the Russia-Ukraine war, sent oil and gas prices skyrocketing?
So, of course, we're watching, like everybody else is, what's going on. I really don't have any comment on that. Possible that we'll see higher energy prices. What's tended to happen is when there's turmoil in the Middle East, you may see a spike in energy prices, but it tends to come down. Those things don't generally tend to have lasting effects on inflation, although, of course, in the 1970s, they famously did.
Ooh, big pop.
A series of very, very large shocks, but we haven't seen anything like that now. The U.S. economy is far less dependent on foreign oil than it was back in the 1970s. So, but there.
A quick follow-up. I've just got to ask you about artificial intelligence. Some technology executives have recently been warning that AI could wipe out a large chunk of entry-level jobs.
Wow, huge
and
bounce.
Significantly increase the unemployment rate. I'm wondering how concerned you are, if at all, about the threat that AI poses to employment.
So this is the question. The question really is, will AI be more augmenting labor or replacing labor? And I wouldn't, we all see those announcements, including one today. I wouldn't, overread a couple of data points because, AI should be creating jobs at the same time. It may be replacing, maybe doing both. Anyone who's done any work with AI will have been a little bit stunned at how capable it is. And it's just a different thing. So I think this is something that certainly has transformational potential. And probably we're in the very early stages of it. They say what you're seeing now compared to what you'll see in 2 years is going to be very different and even more effective. So I think it's really hard to know. Of course, there are optimists who feel like it's going to make everybody much more productive. And there are those who think it's going to replace an awful lot of jobs right across the income spectrum, white collar, blue collar, and everything. So I just don't know. We don't have a house view on that, but this is going to be a very important question for some time.
Greg.
Thank you. Greg Rapp from MarketWatch. I was wondering if you could step back a little bit, Chair Powell. There's a spate of articles and a lot of op-eds now in the newspapers saying that the U.S. economy and the global economy is going through this profound change, you know, akin to the end of the Bretton Woods era in the 1970s. And don't you owe the American people like some sort of like explanation for what we're going through? I mean, I noticed earlier this month when you talked about Bretton Woods a little bit, and you said that Bretton Woods, the Fed staff had to like change how the dollar movements of the dollar was impacting the economy. Are we going through something like that now? That, you know, are you having to change how you do monetary policy? Is it that fundamental a change underway?
Is this trend line going to hold again?
It's certainly a time of real change. You know, from a geopolitical standpoint, from a trade standpoint, from an immigration standpoint, you see this not just here but everywhere. So there's quite a lot going on. It doesn't change the way we do monetary policy in the near term. I mean, but and it doesn't change our objectives or what we need to do. And you know, these things are not really our issues. They're really issues for elected governments. All of those issues are really for elected governments. But there's no question it's a time of real change, and very hard to see where that goes. You know, will it be? There have been many things written about how it's going to be a more inflationary time. That's possible. It's not guaranteed. You know, AI could cut in a very other direction. AI could make people much more productive and push in the other direction. I don't know though. So, but you're right. But honestly, our focus is a much more practical one, and that is how do we keep inflation low and employment high in the near term. That's really what we're about.
Hello, Chairman Powell. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. What is the view about the growing amount of slack in the job market, including the softening in payrolls, the forecast of a modest rise in the unemployment rate, and the ability of workers to demand wage hikes or not in this environment where you have inflation surging?
You don't see unemployment going up. You don't see increased slack really. I mean, at the margin, remember you're at 4.2% unemployment. That was for many years. That was a extremely low level. It happens to have come up off of an even lower level as we came out of the pandemic. We were as low as 3.4%, but 4.2% is probably at the low end of estimates of the longer run, sustainable level of natural rate of unemployment. So I guess I wouldn't agree with that. And also, in terms of wages, you know, real wages after inflation have been moving up sort of more than was consistent with 2% inflation. They're still moving up at a healthy clip, and I think much more consistent with 2% inflation given a reasonable assessment of trend productivity. So it's a pretty good labor market. You know, you're right that the level of job creation has come down, but so has the supply of workers, the change in the supply, the new supply. So you've seen the unemployment rate remain pretty stable at 4.2. It's been as high as 4.3, but you know, those are good numbers. So it's a pretty good labor market. There's a more concerning thing is there are not a lot of layoffs, but there are not a lot of job creation. The number, if you're out of work, it's hard to find a job, but very few people are being laid off at this point. So that's an equilibrium we watch very carefully, because if there were to be significant layoffs and the job finding rate were to remain this low, you would have an increase in unemployment fairly quickly. But that hasn't happened. It really hasn't happened. The U.S. economy has defied all kinds of forecasts for it to weaken, really over the last 3 years. And it's been remarkable to see just again and again when people think it's going to weaken. Now, eventually it will, but we don't see signs of that now.
Good evening for the last question.
Last question. Let's go.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. There's been a lot of talk about cuts. I wanted to ask you, why do you think there are no forecasts for rates to rise or even to stay where they are next year, given that the projection for inflation is to rise to 3%, and there's a lot of there's some skepticism over whether those price hikes will be a one-time event?
So there are a number of people on the committee who wrote down no cuts this year, but some cuts next year. So, I think, people are writing down their most likely path, right? They're not saying there's zero possibility of other things. Really, think of it as the least unlikely path in a situation like this where uncertainty is very high. I think Again, they write down their rate paths, and they do not have like a really high conviction that this is exactly what's gonna happen over the next 2 years. No one feels that way about their rate path. They feel like, what am I gonna write down? I mean, what would you write down? It's not easy to do that with confidence. So I would just say it that way. We don't rule things in or out. Certainly a hike is not the base case at all. It's not something people are writing down, but in the meantime, we do the best we can with these forecasts, and I think they're representative of the different forecasts and different reaction functions that people on the committee have. So thank you very much. Thanks.
There he goes. There he goes. Powell's out of there. FOMC is in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Bulls are buying things back up, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Good times. Listen to the speech right there. Bulls are buying things back up, but we're headed back into that supply zone. Big buy up though. Huge buy up. Golly. 1 hour charts are looking to reclaim. Huge buy up. I might mess around. Do one. Let's see. Can the Bulls hold the line? They're looking good, man. Let's see if they can hold. $20,000 key level. Oh man, that's the 1 minute. Isn't that the 1 minute flip around? I might cut this early. If we can't get through that 1 minute 50 SMA, I'm gonna cut it. That thing is a nuisance. That thing is a nuisance. How much time we got? 2 more minutes to a fresh 5 minute. Let's see. 20,000 might be. We'll see. Yeah, that 1 minute 50 SMA or 200 SMA is a nuisance. 'Cause it just pops up. All right, I'm gonna pull this to break even as soon as we can. 22,000 key level. Let's see if they can run it. What's our VWAP? VWAP 22,009 key level. Can they pop it up? They're trying, but I don't like how we're hesitating right here. Might cut this early. We'll see. Or at 20,000. Stop is it? Where's my stop here? 20,000. Yeah. That thing is a nuisance. Man, I've been watching that level on the 1 minute. That thing is a nuisance. It's a nuisance. We do pivot at that level. It's crazy. Watching the Bulls, man. That trend line is important. If they can't hold it, then we're back to the downside. What's our momentum looking like? I'm gonna test it. Let's see what they can do, man. Out of this level. Nice buy up. Woo! It's got a hold though. Wow, they're slamming it down, yo. Slamming it. If they can't hold, I'm taking something. I'm leaving with something. I'm leaving here with something. That's Denzel, man. I'm leaving here with something. Okay. I'm watching it. Playing off this trend line. If we reclaim, then we got a shot. But if we stay below, but out of these levels, somebody's down here buying up, man. Every time we get down here. So we'll see. Might play it from demand up. We'll see. 1 hour charts. Struggling a bit. 977 at 960, 940 level. Might take it back up. We'll see. Or if we reclaim the trend line. Small size, micros. It's like that 71 level. Between 70 and then we got yesterday's close too, right? Yeah. The close is like 21,950-ish. So we'll see. I'll wait for the next 5. Let this 5 play itself out. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the bag chase me. What's up, bro? Shout out to Cave Trader. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. So that's another rejection off that trend line, man. But I still want to test these lows. Still want to test the lows. Back up. But I need a new 5. Let's see what happens down here. Dang, they're testing it again. 938, 900. Now 900, I might tap in. Let's see how deep they run. They're sweeping these levels again. Fresh 5 coming in like 1 minute. Take my time. Take my time. Does 900 hold? Again, somebody's trying to buy out of these levels, yo. I want to sweep of like the 20s or close to 900. Wow. Insane, bro. Woo! Think they're gonna start buying it up before the next 5? Probably. I might test it though. Should I have waited for... I want the teens, but we'll see. Might stop me out. Yeah, this is kind of the level I want it down here. Like 10 off. Woo! Volatile, man. They're trying. Let's see how the next 5 opens up. We got a fresh 15-minute candle opening up to 909 key level. Super key. Woo! 900 sweep. Hold on. I'm gonna test it. 909 is key. That's yesterday's low. Yesterday's low. Can we get 1-to-1? Let's see if we can get a push from here. Nice. That's the entry I should have waited for, 915. That's definitely the entry. 1-to-2, I'm taking it. Come on. Oh my gosh, do not flip me down. They're gonna take us all the way back down. Don't do that. Don't do that, man. We're leaving here with something, just in case something crazy happens. We're at 1-to-2, 1-to-2 right here. If we can get some continuation, bro. 1-to-2 right here. I gotta put my stop there at least. run with it. 1 to 2, I'm taking it. I love round numbers, man. I love round numbers. That second entry was the one I should have waited for. But I was trying to get in before the next 5. As soon as the next 5 opened, it dipped a little bit deeper. Stopped me out, and then I doubled back down at 900, 915. Yeah, I'm always watching. Whenever we get like a big drop, I'm always watching round numbers. Nice pop. This is the same place, basically the same place we popped a little earlier, before power hour. That trend line, also I'm watching that. Oh my gosh, hold on. What's on my QQQ? If you trade NQ, you should watch QQQ. Mark up QQQ and you'll see what I'm talking about. They play off of each other. They definitely play off of each other. Woo! Nice bounce. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the bag chase me. What's up, brother? Shout out to Mr. Sam. What's going on? Mr. Sam is in the building. Mr. Sam says, hi, everyone. Mr. Sam says, it appears we've gone past the days when FOMC was a big event. There's a lot going on right now around the world. That's a fact. That's a fact. There's a lot going on. Too much going on, man. Too much going on. If it's not one thing, it's another. If it's not another thing, it's the tariffs. And now the U.S. is trying to jump into this Israel-Iran kerfuffle. Man, we'll see. We're headed back to the trend line. The great trend line. Shout out to the Great Dane. Checked in earlier. Shout out to the Great Dane. Kerfluffle. Shout out to Mr. Sam. So yeah, this is interesting. Good gains on this account. This is like, I think this is a fresh PA too. Nice 600 on this one. Combination of minis and micros. That's the inverse. Oh, I can draw a trend line on that one too. It looks clean on this one. This is a 5-minute, right? Yeah. Clean. we're definitely spending a lot of time on one side of that trend line. Let's build these things up, man. We're back to the trend line. Again. We are back to the trend line. Let's see what happens. It looked like the bulls wanted to go the last time. 20 minutes left. Bro. Late. Get there late and did late. Probably. Yeah. Like 11. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is Juneteenth, okay. Juneteenth. Oh, what's today? Wednesday? The props are saying that Thursday and Friday are going to be combined. Well, at least Apex is saying that. I don't know about Topstep. I think they mentioned it. The trend line is there again. What? Topstep X Live. Oh yeah. So yeah, Topstep X Sim, TradeOvate, and TradingView will clear trades to differentiate between Thursday and Friday. That's one thing I like about Topstep. If you trade on a holiday, it counts. But on Rhythmic, I think Rhythmic, Topstep X Live, Thursday and Friday are together. Because I've done that one time. I know, like with one of my XFAs traded on a holiday and it counted. And I took a payout from that account. I was like, yeah, man. Topstep X. Shout out to Topstep X. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. Let me double check this link. Man, go look at a 15-minute chart. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, big battle. Basically between 22,000 and 21,900. Back and forth. Who is Mew Trades, yo? Where are my other inbox? Yo, the mask. Oh, did I? I wonder, did I? I wonder, hold on. DKW, right? Dang, I wonder if yo, the masked trader. Hold on, where is he at? Use the link in the pinned comment. That one should be good. I gotta go look at the one in the description. Maybe it's one of the old ones in the description. Maybe, possibly. Oh, MOC is coming in hot. Oh, we haven't been on for MOC in a couple days. MOC could take us in either direction. Watch your levels. Watch your levels. MOC in 5 minutes. Nice push. Can they hold though? We've been testing this level over and over and over again. Can they hold? Nice push. 21,909.50 is the low on NQ from yesterday's range. That was part of the thesis of getting it down here as well. Round numbers and that level. 21,909. Wow. MOC in 5 minutes. Again, we're back to this. We're back to the 1 minute 200 SMA. We literally dropped like almost 100 points the last time we got up here. Hopefully it can hold. That thing is dangerous. And it coincides with VWAP. Dang. This level is dangerous on the 1 minute. I just started adding like 200 SMA levels to my intraday charts, and I've definitely seen some movement off of them. Definitely seen some movement off of it. Very interesting. Same with the 5, man. When the 5 minute is, when it's lined up with something else, it can be a powerful level. Very interesting. Wow, look at that. Oh man. The algos, man, the algos are trading. We are trading against computers. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Mr. Sam in the building. Shout out to Deborah. Shout out to Mr. Sam. Shout out to the Bag Chase Me. Shout out to Cave Trader. Shout out to MSG UFO. Shout out to Cave Trader again. Shout out to the Masked Trader. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Shout out to Cheek and Ball. Shout out to Top G. Shout out to MSG UFO. Shout out to the Great Dane from Denmark. Shout out to the Great Dane. Great Dane is tuning in from Denmark. Shout out to Cheek and Ball. Shout out to all the new subscribers, man. Shout out to Cheek and Ball. Shout out to MSG UFO. Shout out to my brother Moon or Mars. Shout out to Deborah Haynes again. Shout out to Jordan J. Shout out to Games X Player. Shout out to DS in the building. Shout out to Jordan J. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader. Who else was in here? Shout out to D-Walk. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Everybody that tuned in. Shout out to all the new subscribers. Appreciate you guys, man. The Infinity family is growing. Yeah. We're doing tug of war again at the trend line. Tug of war. Yeah, there's like a line of bears at this trend line. They let the bulls get up a little bit and then they pull the rug. MOC in like 1 minute. We could go either way. We could go either way, ladies and gentlemen. MOC can take us in either direction. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. If you're new here, say something. How long have you been trading and what do you trade? Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button. Happy FOMC day, man. Powell came in hot. Powell came in hot, man. MOC in like 20 seconds. Ooh, this thing will go either way. Here we go. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Right now it's in the Bears' court. Let's see if they can run it down. 3, 2, 1. Wow. Look at that wick. Wow. MOC never ceases to amaze me, man. The range is different. It's got some massive range when it wants to go. Flat so far. Let's see what happens. Flat so far. What are the Bears going to do in the last 10 minutes? Can they do anything? Yeah, they're pressing. Let's see what they do to close the day. We're back below that trend line, right? That trend line is deadly, man. Look, that thing is dangerous. Look at that. Each time we checked in with 1 minute, 200 SMA, we drop. 5-minute 200 SMA, we drop. Very interesting. I've never had it like on my intraday charts. Oh, let me change back to Trade-O-Bait. I've never had this on my intraday charts, but it gives you another level. It's weird. I didn't know. Because usually I just run the VWAP, but this acts as another confluence. Another tool in the tool belt. Look at that. Happened twice. And that's over the last 30 minutes. Every time we got to that level, we drop. MOC is in action, guys. Let's see if they go for the lows. Right now, we are tanking. We're bouncing off of yesterday's close right now. Let's see what the bears want to do into the close, man. I might test this thing, but I might do it with like small size. I want to see if they want to run the lows, or I should just leave it alone and protect my trading mental capital, my mental trading capital. That's what I need to do. Let me just go post this in the Discord and relax. Relax, man. It's okay. The markets will be there tomorrow. All right. Let's see how the next 5 turns out. Yeah, man, they pressing. Tomorrow's gonna be, well, tomorrow into Friday. We got quad witching on Friday. Whew. We got quad witching on Friday. Fresh 5-minute candle. Yeah, they're holding her tight. We haven't seen any crazy MOCs lately. It's still volatile, definitely still volatile, but the 100-point MOCs, I mean, this is almost there. 100-point, 150 points in 10 minutes. We haven't seen that in a while. We made it through the day, man. I might get on for Asia today, possibly. That's a big possibly, but we'll see. Man, look at the 15-minute charts. One up, one down. One up, one down. One up, one down. We're still following that trend line, man. Overnight is going to be interesting. We'll see what happens during Asia session. We will see what happens during Asia session. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. We made it to the close. Shout out to Mooner Mars. Mooner Mars says stock market closed tomorrow and futures closes at 1. Yes, sir. Shout out to Mooner Mars. There's the bell. Let's go, guys. Shout out to Mr. Sam. Good night, Sam. Mr. Sam. Shout out to Mr. Mooner Mars. Mr. Sam. Shout out to Mr. Sam. Shout out to Mooner Mars. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button, guys. We made it through the day. FOMC day. Shout out to the Bag Chase Me. Shout out to Cave Trader. Shout out to Trader Goated. Shout out to MSG UFO. Shout out to Deborah Haynes in the building. Shout out to Sheik and Ball. Shout out to Top G. Shout out to the Great Dane from Denmark. Shout out to the Great Dane, man. Shout out to everybody in the Discord. Yo, if you want to get in the Discord, the link is in the pinned comment. Shout out to Deborah Haynes. Shout out to Mooner Mars. Shout out to Jordan J. Shout out to Games X Player out of India. Shout out, man. People from India. A lot of people from India watch. Shout out to DS. Shout out to Jordan J. Shout out to Bald Eagle Trader in the building. Shout out to D-Walk. Shout out to, who else was in here? Bald Eagle Trader, D-Walk. Trying to remember if it was somebody else in the beginning, but cool. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Hit the like button on the way out. Like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell so you know exactly when I go live. All right, guys, I might get on tonight. We'll see. We'll see how much I can get done in the next couple hours. You guys be safe. I'll see you guys soon. Discipline equals freedom, ladies and gentlemen. Trust the process. Do not rush the process. Accumulate, accumulate, accumulate. Payouts require progress. So figure out a way to make progress. A little progress every day. And also make sure you don't go on tilt, because that's not progress, right? If you do take a hit, make sure it's a small one. Try to keep it small, man. I know it's tough when you see the P&L go red, but live to fight another day. Live to trade another day. All right, guys, I'm gonna see you guys. Accumulate, accumulate, accumulate. The small bits add up. Consistency over home runs. This is a marathon, not a sprint. If you took an L today, it's okay. Dust yourself off. Get back on the horse tomorrow. Refine your edge. Shrink your size. Get back at it. Get back on the horse. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Guys, be safe, be safe, be safe, be safe. I might get on tonight. Just put turn on your notification bell and you'll know. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Be safe, be safe, be safe. Be good to yourselves and be good to others, ladies and gentlemen. Be good to yourselves and be good to others. I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Everybody in the Discord, I'll see you guys in the Discord. Peace. I'll see you guys soon. Be safe. Peace.